Okay, hold on. We can do this immediately, actually. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Hi. We're playing some more Factorio today. We are, technically we're playing Space Age. We're not going to get there for a while, but we are playing some more Factorio. We're just gonna boot things straight up because, like, there's really no reason to delay. Like, every Factorio stream is basically a just chatting stream anyway. So, like, usually I'll start off my streams with 20 minutes of talking about random stuff, but this time, we don't even have to do that. We can literally just get right into it. Anyway, I hope everyone's having a wonderful Friday so far. Happy Friday, everybody. Let me just do that real quick. There we go. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's having a great day. I got quite a bit of editing done today, although not quite ready to release a video for a bit. For unrelated reasons. Actually, for kind of related reasons. I simply had to do too much for 2 videos today, instead of spending all of that day or all that time doing one thing. That's why. But yeah, there's a chance that tomorrow's stream could be instead pushed back, simply because tomorrow I might decide to work on finishing a video, like actually getting it ready to release, and then Sunday I might stream instead, but we'll see how that goes. Hello, Mr. Overheat, how's it going? Friday's been okay, good to hear. I expect around now, most people are probably, well, in about an hour, at least my usual audience has either been off work for a while, people living in Europe, or people are getting off work in about an hour. So we'll see how everyone's doing around then. Missed the previous 2 streams of Factorio. Hope I understand what's going on. That is a very long name. I might call you Hashim for short. Don't worry, we do have not a lot going on here at this point. I think all we really have is like the main bus set up for a few things. We have iron, we have copper, we have circuits, we have a new mall that we just built up there. We have some stone, some steel, some stone bricks, and some motors. So not really too much going on yet, but right now we do need to set up a rail system because we need to get basically more iron is the main problem. We have 215,000 iron left, and it's gonna be enough for now, but very soon it is not going to be enough. And I'm not entirely sure like how I want to set this up yet. There's a decent chance I might just end up creating a station over here and feeding the current furnaces with iron, rather than like tearing it all down and building a whole new thing, because we don't have the automated robots yet, so setting up anything with templates is just not possible, and I don't really want to tear anything down until then. Now we do have a major problem, which is that we have one source of iron, and that source of iron is up here. That's pretty far away. Now, fortunately, I think I remember enough of the mechanics of Factorio that I don't need to worry too much about the rails being attacked. I think more so if I decide to set up a mining operation here, then I just need to really defend this location, and then the trains in and out are probably going to be fine. Except, of course, that we have really horrible terrain for trying to move trains around here. That's going to be a massive pain in the ass, but I think it is our only option, so there's no point in complaining. So, we did just finish getting automated rail transportation. I don't think there's anything else I need right now just to get trains off the ground. I think I have pretty much everything I need. Probably. So the way we're going to do this, I think, is I'm going to start by blueprinting a little bit. Do I actually have any rails? Did I set up automated rail production? I don't believe so. Okay, so maybe that's the first thing to do. Yeah, we do not have automated anything anything important for rails. So let's do that first, shall we? What do we need? First we need, I probably don't need to automate this. Probably don't need to automate this. This, yes. This, maybe. They're not actually that hard to build, and I don't need that many. Chain signals and rail signals I wouldn't mind automating, but rails are definitely like the big one. So let's go ahead and... I don't know why I did it like this. This was... Why did I even do it like that? Okay, anyway, we're going to do this. And we're going to move this. And we're going to do it like this and like that. And as long as we can move... Actually, do I want that up there or down here? Probably up here. I feel like everything that's sort of mall related is up there. So we're going to move everything to the north. All of the rail production is going to be up there. In fact, we can probably do something like... what do we need for this? Stone, steel, iron sticks. Okay, and it is 2 rails, half a second crafting time, so 4 per second. I probably don't need that many rails, you know? Probably don't need that many. So we can set up a little thing here. We get some iron split off to get the... How many of these do we get? 1 or 2 iron sticks for half a crafting... For half a second of crafting. So 3 per second. And if we take a look at... rails, we consume 1.5 per second. Okay, so we can do it this way as well. If we decide to just move this up slightly, and then we can get like this and this. So this is just one of these, and it'll feed into that. That makes sense. And then on the other side of this, might have to move this up, actually. There we go. We're just going to move this up a little bit so that we can have the stone and the steel are going to go like this, but they of course need to converge. So iron can... Really want to, I can just do that with iron. Okay, and we can do probably that and that. It's probably fast enough. Maybe. Well, there we go. And then we'll go and pick this stuff up from down here. Anyway, there are a lot of new games I've just been recently taking a look at. A lot of games releasing soon that I'm kind of excited for. Like, we have Fable that I just recently learned existed. It's like a game that they're making. I mean, I knew about Fable. I had a friend in, I think it was like the 5th grade, like this is a while back, who, he had Fable on his laptop. And my laptop could not run it back then. I think he had Fable 2, maybe. My laptop definitely was not running that back then. So I had to watch him play Fable. And in the meantime, I simply couldn't run it at all. But it looked like an interesting game. I guess if I wanted to, I could go and play it, right? It's probably not even that expensive. I want to buy it. But yeah, that's coming out apparently late autumn, I think they said, maybe? Definitely interested to take a look at that. Yeah, that still works. And then the other one that I kind of forgot was releasing, but is releasing actually in like a week, is Code Vein 2. Because you know I love Souls-likes. And I did play Code Vein 1, which was, it's like more like a hack and slash than a Souls-like, but honestly, I kind of liked it. Although I forgot Code Vein is very interesting with the art style it decides to go with. Very interesting with the character designs in Code Vein. And, you know, they do not disappoint for Code Vein 2. But it was one of the first games I tried to actually 100%, and then it turns out it's, like, basically impossible. Not, like, literally impossible, but they had this whole, like, multiplayer mechanic, and by the time I wanted to play Code Vein, people had, like, stopped playing the multiplayer thing, but you sort of, like, had to play the multiplayer to finish this one achievement, which kind of sucked. So because no one was playing it, like, I kind of gave up with just, like, 5 achievements left. Also, hi Rorston. Factory work ahead, sure hope it does. Factory might stop working if I don't get these rails up and going fast enough. But we do have at least some rails. And I guess I'll make like a handful of these. Handful of these, handful of these. Probably gonna need quite a bit of these, actually. Probably quite a few of these, too. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let me just go ahead and get, like... I don't know if this is gonna work the way I want it to. It's kind of cramped in here, but should be fine. We're gonna get some circuits up into here, and we're gonna try and make these and these. They both take the same thing, so they're not that hard to build. Yeah, we can do that. Ever play Factorio, Rorston? You strike me as the kind of guy who would play Factorio. And you might have answered this before already, but... do that, we'll do that. That's super messy, but that should work. Okay, and then we just have to do... that, and that should work. How far in the factory are you, by the way? Not super far, necessarily. Did I mess this up? Yes, I did. Hold on. We're not too terribly far into it, to be honest. Like, we're literally just making rails for the first time here. We probably want gates as well. Actually, nope, instead of gates, automobiles, remove that from queue, thank you. Actually, can I move the queue? Oh, I could have done that, I'm stupid. I wasted like 10 seconds of research. Need to continue my Space Age run at some point. Got to the rocket point, then took a break, and now I need to restart. That's the thing, like, Factorio is a very restartable game. This is not the first, second, third, or even fourth time I have started a Factorio run. It might genuinely be like the 8th. I've played Factorio so many times over the years. Like, I had Factorio, like, shortly after it, not when it released, like, this was, I swear it was like 2014 or something. Might have been the first time I played Factorio. On my laptop that was so slow it had integrated Intel graphics, and it really could not even render having like more than 50 robots. Like, it was pretty bad. So that was all the way back then. And then I think over the years I started like a couple more Factorio runs before eventually sitting down and actually completing one, which took me like 25 hours, I think. Which I don't think that was that bad for like a first actual completed run. This is way before Space Age, of course. Like, way before Space Age. There we go, automobile. That's lovely. We'll pick one of those up. And then I think I'm gonna need a bunch of mining drills. Surely I have those somewhere, right? Surely I'm automating mining drills. Because that would be a smart thing to do. I might not be automating mining drills. Nope, I'm not. Okay, I should do that. That's not very hard. I can probably steal it off like this line, actually. Hold on. Okay, it's about to get cursed. Don't worry about it. Ooh, yeah, that's super cursed, actually. I don't know if I can do that. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. It's super cursed. Don't worry about it. No, I can't. Shoot. Yes, I can. Aha. That's what I have to do. Okay, don't worry about this. We just have to do a little bit of automating. Just a little bit. Anyway, I think I lost my train of thought because Factorio. But yeah, I think I've played this game like several times over the years. Which is why, like, the Factorio opener, in quotes, is like kind of easy for me to memorize. Oops. Even though they've changed things a whole lot. I remember back in the day when it was like, I think it was like 4 or 5 steam boilers or engines per steam boiler. I remember when they had alien science. Ooh, now that's a real old one. That's an ancient one. Building a factory, start a random New World, Vinland, Coastal World Conquest. Rosset, I've already given you the EU5 Vinland. Have I not appeased the gods? Been playing since a kid. I beat it once pre-DLC for the 8-hour achievement, but have yet to have a run go that far since. Okay, you're stronger than me, because I would never play this game in 8 hours. I would never finish this game in 8 hours. But also, like, the thing is, if you want to beat this game in like 8 hours, genuinely, you just have to have like 700 prefabs that you import. And then you just slap them down and you build all of them and you know exactly what's happening because you don't have to calculate anything. Also, what's happening to my fish? Spoil time? Oh, hell no. My fish can spoil? What have they done to my Factorio? Why are my fish not eternal? Alright, well, we have things to worry about. We're gonna slap this down. Put some coal in that bad boy. And we're gonna take a little trip up to the iron deposit. See how far that is, really. I should pick up grenades first. I just remembered, like, wait a second. Bunch of trees everywhere. Actually, I should pick up grenades, and then... If I can I get the grenade explosion? Thank you. Because I'm pretty sure right now our explosions, or like our grenades cost 2 to explode something, maybe? And I don't like that. That's too expensive. Why not automated grenades? What did I automate in this game? Nothing. I've done nothing in this. Okay, hold on. Oh boy, well, yeah, because I was gonna wait until I wanted military science packs to automate grenades. But I kind of want them now. Just have like a little one, just, you know, so I can have some on hand. Chat, wouldn't it be genius? Beautiful. Oh, that takes so long. Oh well. Ever play MP? Every time I try to get my friends to play, we disagree on the furnace stack. I did play a little bit of MP with one of my friends, and we got like decently far into the game. But the main problem was eventually we just sort of stopped playing. Like we had a train system and everything. We got a lot further than I am right now. And this was after Space Age. Like we were actually properly preparing for Space Age. But we just never finished it. We didn't even get to the Space Age. Factorio was like Minecraft for me. It's like 2 weeks of hardcore gameplay, then burnout. Real. That's why every like 2 weeks or something, I'm gonna have like one Factorio stream. Because eventually, in 5 years, we'll finish Space Age. Probably. Okay, so let me just check my map real quick. If we want to get up to the iron deposit, it is likely we are going to route our train up through here, around this bend, around this curve, then straight to the east, where we have a station to pick up iron ore. And then it's going to come back around and... yeah. Okay. So actually, it might be easier if I pick this up. And then we're going to run back over to the west. Take a little trip. Same streaming is the only thing that gets me to finish a lot of games these days. That's literally me with Silksong. Like, I haven't even finished Silksong yet. Actually... it's kind of, it might be the opposite for me. Like, I managed to finish all of Expedition 33 without once streaming it. Like, I just locked in and played the entire game. But for Silksong, a game that I started before Expedition 33, I'm thinking like, oh man, I've been streaming that game. I gotta stream the ending to it. I can't just finish the game on my own. I can't just do that. But I could. If I really wanted to, I definitely could. I think it's the opposite problem because I'm like, oh, I need to stream this game so that I can finish it. But I never find a good time to stream it, and it doesn't get that many viewers. So I'm like, maybe I'd rather stream something that gets more viewership. Oh, but actually, if I do that, then I'll never finish this game. Ooh, hold on. That's a little close for comfort. Whoa, hey there, buddy. Actually, can't that just like run into these things? It's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. I'm not gonna try that. I'm an idiot. Why are there so many of these stupid worms? Strafe. They'll never see it coming. They can't comprehend the strafe method. Oh, they're doing a pretty decent job of comprehending it. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Maybe I should have had fish on the hot bar. Anyway, I didn't even know that was there. Got the bit back. True. 2 streams in a row? Impossible. 2 Corbett streams in the same week? Day after another? No way. How's it going, Grape 2? When they will successfully bug you into the Vinland Coastal World Conquest? I don't know. I think you underestimate how little I want to do a Vinland Coastal only World Conquest. We may be stuck in this deadlock for years even. I mean, what? It's already been like a year and a half. Look at this beautiful patch. Just waiting to be exploited. Beautiful landscape waiting to be polluted. Good, it's been cold out. Oh yeah, it's cold as hell out, I can't lie. Which you'd think would mean it's super hot. But no, it's actually, it's like minus 20 something. I think tomorrow it's actually gonna be even colder for me. I think they're calling for like minus 25 or something. It's gonna be horrible. That's gonna suck. Anyway, did I even build up enough things? I didn't bring enough things with me, did I? Well, I'm gonna need some of these, that's for sure. Gonna need some of these, that's for sure. Probably didn't bring enough resources for that, but that's fine. Okay, so we don't really have enough mining drills, but we can get started at least. I don't know if I care about this one little patch here. I don't know, I might, just enough to do this. Let me run some numbers on this. If this is 0.5 mining speed, 0.5 seconds, so it's 2 per second that we're mining. And these things can handle 30 per second on each side. So a maximum of 15 on one side, 15 on the other side. Well, it's probably not going to get that far, but... well, it might. That's probably fine for, like, 1 belt. The problem actually might be that, like, we need so many mining drills. Thanks for streaming the game. Bought it after watching yours and Saf's stream. Let's go. Factorio is an excellent game. Honestly, it is probably the best 40 bucks you could spend on any one game. But that's coming from a guy who really likes his factory simulators, so... your mileage may vary on that. Okay, so how many of these things could we... hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14... okay, I'm gonna get a little worried once we have 15 on the other side, but it's probably fine. We just run an example of what this might look like. Then maybe like this and like that. And maybe this. That's going to be a lot of mining drills. The real question is, how many lanes do we have? So we have the one here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 technically, in a way. I'm going to have to turn it into a... gonna be like a 6-lane splitter. I don't even know how to do one of those. Maybe we don't have to turn it into a 6... No, we should turn it into a 6-lane splitter. Well, I'll figure that out. Maybe, probably. The main thing I want to do... Maybe I should have brought more things with me, because I don't have enough walls. I could build a few, I guess. I'm gonna need a lot more walls. A few gates. But the idea is if we can ghost mode this with shift. Just gonna get a little check on how many resources I might need. Actually, how do I want to do this? Oh, I know how I want to do this. Never mind. It's not gonna go this way. This is probably going to end up looking something like this. And we're just gonna have like the 6 lanes here. We're future-proofing a little bit, maybe. Watch out for the exploding trees. I heard about that. How does that even work? Like the moisture in the trees freezes? Well, I guess like if it froze at all, they would explode, right? Like there's no way they explode every year. Maybe they do. But like the moisture freezes and then it creates a lot of built up stress in the tree and then it just explodes? Is that it? But anyway, so 6-lane splitter, kind of, maybe. We'll figure out how this works. 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 6, okay. And then from here, actually, we're gonna do something like this. I don't know how large a 6-lane splitter has to be, so. Just kind of assuming it doesn't take up too much space. And then we'll probably get, we'll make like 1 steel chest, just as an example for what we're going to use here. And we want it such that we get fast inserters. Let me just set up what I want the station to look like. It's going to be kind of like this, I think. Probably. Do I need holding cells for this? Not right now, but maybe at some point I'll add them. Yeah, we'll see. Well, my issue is that I somewhat dislike 1.0.10 but cannot return to EU4 at the moment as I love the concepts from EU5. In like 2 months, we'll be chilling. Or like sometime in February, probably. .1 looks really good so far, though. Just planted to -30 where you live out west. Can't be anywhere on the coast of BC, right? Like they're a little too warm for that over there. Oh, you moved to Alberta for archaeology. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, there's absolutely no warm air currents in Alberta. Had one last year where my buddy's tree exploded into the road. Let's go. Moisture difference between the bark and the heartwood. I see. Thought it had to do with how fast it gets cold, but basically just clickbait-free young boomers. I've never heard that before. The young boomer clickbait. Mostly because I've never heard someone describe as any boomers as young. Okay, so the idea behind this station is, actually there are no ideas. First I have to define how many rail cargo wagons do I want. Are we going with a 3-wagon system? 3 wagons are probably enough, right? That's not actually 3 wagons. That is 3 wagons. 3 is probably enough. Probably. I mean, it's not like I actually have the resources to build the wagons, but you know. So we'll do this, and then the idea is that we set up ghost things, where I think we can actually just do... Pretty sure it works out to be something like that. Okay, perhaps I'm a little bit off. Okay, that should work, I think. The Young Boomer sounds like a 90s rock band that's anti-government. Oh, hold on, I'm a moron. Well, yes, but more than usual. These need to be here. These are the holding cells for this. We want to split these. 2 go into here. So what am I going to do with this? Actually, wait a second, I can just do this. Okay, so like, at least in concept, this works, right? I think. And then all we have to worry about is like the defense, which is actually a lot to worry about. Okay, that should work, I think. Just be more environmentally friendly so the bugs don't get upset. Real. Yeah, when are we getting the Factorio Green update? Where we actually have carbon capture technologies? Consider rebranding the clean coal. We'll just give it a little wash before we burn it. That'll work, I think. Okay, so at least in concept this works. Now, in practice, we have a lot of very angry neighbors that I don't think are going to appreciate this move. But that's kind of too bad. I think I'm going to keep this in sort of like a square thing here, because I might do something where like I have a holding cell. So we have like a parallel thing that goes here. And then we just sort of like integrate it back into that. Oh, it's kind of hard to maintain that though, isn't it? That's not gonna work. I think if I do a holding cell, it has to be like this maybe, and then it has to just like sort of integrate itself into here, and that's like the way you would do a holding cell, maybe. And then you would have to... How would you do a holding cell? I don't remember how signals work. I think it's like this. so that if there's one here, then both of these are stopped. Maybe. I don't know. I think it works like that, maybe. We'll see. So, we can get rid of that, right? Okay, that's not too bad. The main problem that I had not considered. Can I do a check? That's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have a problem that I hadn't considered, and that is this cliff. I forgot there were cliffs in this game. I'm pretty sure I remember a time when there were no cliffs in Factorio. I feel like there was a point where it was all just like completely flat, and there were trees and rocks, but like there were no cliffs yet. But maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, I think that works as a holding cell, potentially, maybe. And if it gets really bad, then I think we can do this. Does that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Oh, cliffs have always existed. Cliff explosives were added. That might have been it. Yeah, I do remember a time before the explosives. Actually, maybe I should pick my car up. Where'd I put that? We gamble with the mines. Do we have the gambling module? Unfortunately, I don't think we have gambling yet. I think it's going to take a little while before we can unlock gambling. But if this is going to stop here, then we could actually make the rail just turn directly into here. Really? I thought I got the stronger explosives. What? Do I really need stronger explosives too for that? That sucks. What costs 2 grenades? Okay, and then we don't want to do it like this. No. There's always a certain pattern that I like to have these. I don't remember if it's 4 tile gap or 3 tile gap. This is 4. 1, 2, 3, and then this is the 4th. No, 3 tile gap rather. And then I think what I usually do is I try to have. Where'd I put that? Here. Try to have these like right in the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are actually 5 tiles as a gap here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm an idiot. There are 6 gaps. We're doing parallel rails or not? Yes. We are going to have one way right hand traffic on the rails because I do not want to deal with the traffic jams that a one track system gives you. Is this the normal number? Hold on. What do most people do with their rails? Factorio rail gap. Some people say 4 tiles. I'm using 3 tiles and people are like, yeah, minimum 4, sometimes 6. Okay. Alright. Really? 6? Oh, maybe they mean 6 tiles as in what I have right now is 6 tiles, not like 6 rails. That makes sense. Okay. Also, Corbett, with no context, would you prefer Florence or the Sultanate of Roum? Well, I might be a little biased because I did play some Florence recently. Also, massive message dump in one of my group chats. Okay, never mind. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I did play Florence recently. But if this is like an EU5 thing, then I would say neither until 1.1 drops. I genuinely don't think I've played EU5 in like a week. I have no plans to stream it. I have no plans to record it. I actually don't know what I'm gonna do for videos for the next like week and a half. The next like 2 weeks. Oh no. No, don't tell me. Cliffs? Really? Right in the way of my rails? I guess I always would have had to move it, but like, man, that sucks. This is gonna be so janky. Because either I have to like swing it up, but aren't those also cliffs? Or am I crazy? Might be rocks over. Yeah, those might be rocks. Yeah, okay. But though that's a cliff for sure. How am I gonna do this? Swing it up, left, down, left, down? Maybe? That might be the only way to run this. Elevated rails? I don't think I have those yet. Yeah, that's not coming for a while. That's not happening. Okay, new plan. New plan. We're gonna have to swing everything up a little bit. Excellent. Very, very nice. So we're gonna have to do this. And this is gonna have to be not like that. I think it's 1, 2, 3, then like this. Did I mess up the gap? 1, 2, 3. Nope, gap's fine. It just looks really weird here, but I mean, it is what it is. It maintains the gap. It's just like it looks really dumb. But I mean, it is what it is. You do what you gotta do. Looks very wonky to say they're the same. I mean, I think the problem is, in fact, that they are the same. And this is exactly what it looks like when you have a gap between them. And they're the same. Because, like, if we moved this up and then to the right, I think they overlap perfectly on each other. I think. Maybe? I'm pretty sure. In any case, it is doing exactly what I need it to. I'm actually wondering if I have enough rails. Not even close, actually. What am I doing? I'm gonna pull this off with like 300 rails, as if that's gonna work. Anyway. We're gonna have to do the same thing, actually, where we have to like swing it down. And for a gap of 3, 1, 2, 3, swing it down. No, that's off. That's definitely not right. Because ultimately what we need to do... Actually, you know what? Let's not be dumb about this. I can do this in a smarter fashion, I believe. Let me just make a template. Let's say I want to go this direction. And we have a 3 gap here. let's say that we're just doing like this, right? Yeah, we can use copy and paste, which is kind of exactly what I intend to do here. It just looks so weird, man. How do I make it look less weird? It's not even like it's wrong. It does exactly what I need it to. It maintains a 3 gap here and a 3 gap here. No, it doesn't. Oh, it's a 2 gap. That's why it looks so weird. That's why it looks so weird. I didn't even do it wrong. Or rather, I didn't even do it right. Aha. Perhaps I am the idiot. Okay. That still doesn't look much better. That still looks stupid. Copy paste the curves. Would that do the trick? I feel like, I mean, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. I feel like it would still look dumb if I copy the curve. Yeah, it would definitely look dumb if I copy the curve, because ultimately it's not about like, it's not about the curve actually. The curve needs to look different for it to look right. Yeah, they don't need to be identical. Exactly. I think we just need like a broader curve. Or something. But every time I make a curve, it always ends up being like a complete right angle like this. How do I even make a broader curve? Like, this looks slightly better conceptually. Although it's not the right gap. Yeah, it's a 4 to 3 gap. But I think I'm on like the right track here. Pun completely intended. Oh, we got like an autocomplete? Oh, that's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. I mean, maybe? Does that actually look better? Behold, a 3 to 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey, it's the best it's gonna get. It looks horrible. You know what? Screw it. Slapping down one of these, making that a template. That's not how you template. Corner. There we go. How do I rename this? Oh, here we go. Train tracks. Boom. Okay, that's train track number 1. Now, we're not going to worry about it for that, because we have to make like a really weird tight angle on that, so. Just for future reference, that's how I'm going to use it. Like, I might use it here, actually. Yeah, now that I get a good look at it, I think this is the exact template that I used for one of my single-player worlds. Or one of my off-stream worlds. Yeah, that looks pretty familiar. Okay, that should work. Now we actually don't have enough rails for this, tragically. I have to get a bunch of stuff anyway. Actually, where am I going? Yeah, so the train track is gonna wrap around left and then down again. Left, then down, and then it's gonna drop off iron like here, deliver it to the furnaces. Yeah, okay. Except that this is a massive pain. Let's carve out a path for the train, too. Surely I won't run into a tree along the way. Okay, perfect. Might as well pick these up, if these are done. Alrighty, good evening, John Bird. How's it going? Why does every part of the rail need to be 3 space? For my own sanity and peace of mind. Factorio has always taught me that being a perfectionist is never going to happen. I think perhaps you simply need to be more perfectionist. Have you considered quitting the game once something goes slightly wrong? Remember, you can place anything down and call it your starter base? This is true. Nothing in Factorio is actually real until you stop calling it your starter base. Okay, so I need to... Oh man, my inventory's so full of junk. I can't see anything here. Need more of these. I need to get rid of some of these, because I have too many. I need to put 1 billion of these in here. Wrong one. Well, no, wrong one. But that I do need these. Right, the rails are actually up here. I don't know why I have only 300 of these. I'm gonna have it be like 500. Okay, yeah, iron ore can go somewhere. Reset dozens of times after some minor imperfection. I actually do that a lot for a lot of games. Or like, if I'm about to play like a factory game, and it's not going as optimal as it could be because I later learned something that'll force me to like change half my base, then I'll be like, I'd rather just restart this, to be honest. I'd rather just grab a fresh start with the knowledge that I now have. Actually, that was my biggest problem with Satisfactory. I have restarted that game 1 billion times as well. All because I feel like, oh, you know, I learned this new thing which requires me to have made space for it like 7 hours ago, and now I can't be bothered to go back and refactor that, so I'm just gonna not refactor it. How do I give this to you? Oh, wrong thing. There you go. Okay, rails, what else do I need? Did I not build the power poles? No little factory for power poles. My mall is severely lacking. Okay, let's get some power pole production up here. The mediums and the big electric poles. Iron sticks, steel plates, and copper. I think... Don't judge me. But I think I can do something like this. Okay. And then I can get iron sticks. And then with those iron sticks, I can do... I think this works. And then I just need copper. But actually I'm going to do it this way. Per second. Let me take a look at this. 6 per second and 3 per second. Okay, so I'm gonna need 3 of these, maybe. Actually, no. What's the button for this? Is it Control right click? Alt right click? That's not that button. Shift right click. There we go. That's the button. I don't know how to get rid of that. There we go. Okay, and then we do this and this. I'm gonna phase out these wooden poles at some point, probably. I can be bothered to. How many do we make? 3 per second? Oh, those use 12 and these use 6. That's gonna be a major bottleneck. Okay, let's have that not be a major bottleneck. Let's make a few more of these. Oops. Okay, and then we need long inserters to basically do this and this. Okay. Relatable makes this shit unplayable for me. Spend more time in Excel than actually playing. That's the fun part. This is exactly what factory games are all about. Oh, let me double check something. Okay, yeah, no, we're chilling. Just making sure I didn't like miss something, because it's like, wait a second. I know some people who were in a call, and I'm like, wait, was I supposed to be in that call? No, I think this is impromptu. Okay, never mind. Hey there, Pepsi Man. I regret to inform you that actually I haven't had any Pepsi today, but I did have a cold glass of Diet Coke. My apologies. I hope you can forgive me. Okay, so more rails. What about walls? Do I have any wall production in this factory? I have brick production, which is not that. Where's my brick production? Oh, that's my brick production. There we go. Okay, yeah, we should make some walls. We need walls, and we need ammo, and we need actually a lot of things for this to not go horribly wrong. Actually, I could... no, we're not going to do that. Yeah, we're not going to do that. So how many walls could I really make with this? 1.5 walls per second. Okay, unironically, I might need more. The wait, am I meant to be in that call anxiety is so real. Well, because like, I'm planning a trip with my friends, and we were in a call yesterday, basically planning like, okay, which cities are we going to go to? How long are we spending in each city? What are the exact dates? What's the method of transportation? How are we getting around? That kind of thing. And at the end of that, we were like, okay, we should meet up again soon to figure out the hotels. You know, what kind of hotels are we gonna book in advance? And I thought that we were going to have this call like next weekend or something. So when I checked and they were like talking about hotels today, and I'm like, wait, we didn't agree to have a second call today, did we? Hopefully not, because kind of started streaming. I'm pretty sure we didn't decide to do that, but scrolling up, it looks like it was kind of impromptu, because like someone just saw like a pretty solid deal or something while scrolling, so I was like, oh, okay. It's probably fine. Shoot. Wrong button. Turns out we actually need 2 of these. I don't think I have enough brick production for this. I mean, I have a lot of brick production. In fact, I could increase my brick production. Right now, I think I'm using... well, not really using all that much brick production. I could be producing a lot more brick. If I do this, it doubles the amount of stone we can put on here. And if I do this, it doubles the amount of brick we can process. So, I mean... that should work. So long as I do this. Actually, isn't there just like an upgrade button? Oh, that's the planner. Never mind. I'm looking at this contraption of mine, and I feel like I've messed it up, because only half of these are actually active. Wouldn't it be better to have the splitter halfway down? I'm starting to think yes. That makes more sense. That's not really halfway down, but it was the point at which things stopped being produced. The throughput is bad, this is true. I figure if I just doubled everything it would work, but maybe I messed it up the first time I planned it to begin with. And how much stone am I using? 1.25 per second times... 16 times 1.25 is equal to... 20? And this is 30 on one side of this belt. I understand the problem. Because each side is 30 on this belt, eh? And we're using 20 stone per second at most. Or at least we should be using 20 per second at most. Am I actually insane? 1.25 stone per second times 16. That is indeed 20, last time I checked. I mean, regardless, we're not even going to find out, but... It's not like we even need this much stone as throughput, we're just making a lot of walls. The other thing is, I also have absolutely no inventory space, so what I'm gonna do... is actually drop off some of these plates somewhere. Here, you can have them. Also, too much wood. Too many assembling machines, I don't even use these. Actually, can I just trash these? No, no trash button. Where'd I put those assemblers? Right, so we have like the little assembler machines that I put here, and then I made like the real actual assembler machines here. Which means that actually I should get rid of this entire thing. Like, we just don't need this. So limited by the output belts. Well, I mean, yeah, so like these are no longer moving, of course, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it matters that much. And throw these into here. And then we have a bunch of these stone furnaces. Are they actually used in producing these? No they aren't. So these stone furnaces actually just get thrown out, I think. So I don't think we need them for anything other than maybe boilers. These use stone furnaces, but I don't think I'm going to need like 50 boilers. Well, I might. I don't think I need 50 boilers. We have decent production for now. I'll just toss them in the junk chest. Also, the raw fish are going to expire soon, so I'll just, I don't know. How do I get rid of something? So like... I don't know. Z key to get rid of something? You know what? Close enough. There we go. Okay, so more walls, more rails. I need to build 1, 2, 3 of these at least. And then a bunch of steel chests. I think it's 5 per, so we need 15. Would I have a steel chest? Okay, first of all, this is completely messed up. Don't worry about that. It's a little jank, but it's fine. Probably. No steel chest though. Hey, you know what? Yeah, we gotta upgrade these furnaces too. I think last time when we stopped playing, I think I had just upgraded the iron furnaces, and then I realized, like, wait a second, I have no iron. I am rapidly running out of iron to use in these furnaces. Of course, for these to work at a full speed, we need to do this. That's probably fine. Okay, we have steel chests. We'll make a few more. We have inserters. We have electric poles. I might need a few more electric poles. And we need better transport belts. And then walls. I think on those splitters, you also want the ones in the back only coming out of the left splitter. I think it'll automatically default to whatever side it can be put on, so that if it does get a backlog, it should... If it gets a backlog, it should end up spitting it out to the other side, right? Aren't you researching? I am poor. I am in poverty, and I have no resources, and I don't want to waste them on researching. Well, maybe we can spend a little bit on researching. At least the weapon damage. I'm afraid of running out of resources by researching before I actually have enough resources to build up the railways that I need. Okay, inventory full. Now we can actually go do things. No, you're right, they do always need to go on the left side. I just thought about that, you're right. Because eventually it'll clog up one side and we won't have full throughput. Like, this is the exact thing that will happen if I don't force all the ones on the bottom to move to the left. Look at it. It's thinking. Okay, maybe I need a larger junk chest. Okay, let me think. What else do I need for when I'm over there? Because I don't really want to spend 20,000 years running back and forth. I want to make this into like one trip. I have the power poles. I have the walls. I need to make the turrets. Actually, I'm just going to steal these gears. I don't have to do that. So I'll make a few turrets. Solar would cut down on coal and pollution, that is true, but have you considered the fact that we love polluting the environment? Ammo, real, true. In fact, I'm surprised I haven't automated firearms yet. I think that was another thing on my to-do list for the military science. Maybe I'll just slap down like one thing here. Just use that for ammo. Actually, it kind of takes a while, doesn't it? It's like 1 per second. Maybe I just set up like an arms industry right now, just so that I don't have to worry too much about it. Or at least add it to the mall. This area up here. In fact, the mall is, it's gonna expand a little bit real quick. Actually, what do I need for military science? Is it regular or piercing rounds? Okay. Steel and copper. This is going to be so cursed. There's stuff for the EU5 stuff, so like Estonia EU5 when? If I ever get around to playing releasables in EU5. Also, hi Corbett. Have fun finding a path to Agartha. What's that? I have no idea what the names of the planets are in this game. Fish breeding? What the hell? Okay. Yeah, we will need ammunition for the turrets. Yeah, we might as well just do the whole thing here, why don't we? It's a little cursed. I'm gonna set up like a proper line for this later, probably. Oh, yeah, this is so gross the way I'm about to do this. You're gonna hate me for this. So we're gonna do this, right? Move the copper this way. we're running it back again. We're gonna do this for the steel, right? Okay. How much ammo does this use, actually? 0.25 per second, that's nothing. For 3 of these, 0.75 a second, we need 3 of these. So we need 9 of these. That production to actually suffice. It's not the end of the world the way I could do this. Oh, I hate this. I should set this up properly later, but I'm gonna do this anyway. No, that's too cursed. That's too cursed. I'm sorry, I can't bring myself to do it. I just can't. I would much rather clear this out. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. Oops. 7, 8, 9. Okay, that should do it, I think. I don't think you need that much ammo for mill. I like to be a little bit prepared, you know? It's mostly so that I don't have to sit here for the next 30 years to wait for this to fill up. Oh god, 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 no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. You foul beasts. What have you done? Alright, it's fine. Minimal damages. It could be worse. Anything else broken? Yeah, power pole. Anything else? Yeah, this. Anything else? I don't think so. I think something down here was attacked. At least it seemed like it, but then it seemed like they stopped attacking whatever it was. So they came from the south, I think. Okay, I gotta deal with that, probably. I'm gonna pick up whatever mining drills are done here. Yoink. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. This man needs roads? Yeah, this man needs turrets, because he doesn't expect the biters to come out of the woods. The lion does not concern himself with the biters that are invisible on the map. Until they start attacking his shit. Okay, so first of all, maybe... I don't even have space for a road here. The stupid lake is in the way. That's my car up there. Maybe I do need to build a road. Just across here. Because the mall is here, so this is where, like, I need stuff is over here, and then, like... I don't know, maybe I'll do that. Most of these trees are pretty dead anyway, at least the ones... like this one here. These ones aren't dead though, so maybe I shouldn't cut them down. But yeah, I'll pick up some more ammunition. I might as well make like a few more gun turrets. I think I need more iron for that. Okay, I think we're pretty much ready to... First of all, we're going to clear some biter nests, because that was scary. I don't know where the biters are, which is actually even scarier. It's like a spider, you know, you see it around and then it disappears, and it becomes 20 times as terrifying. Also, my car's up there, but I'm not going to go grab it. I figure if there are biters around here, which I think they came from this direction. There you are. Evil creatures. I understand this is your home, but you need to understand that actually I should have it because I want to build factories. They attacked you first. This is all self-defense, surely. Surely. That's a big one. Okay, nest 2 gone. And the biters in this game are so selfish. The biters know nothing of the enlightened progress of humanity. They just want to sit around in their muck all day instead of letting me build wonderful factories for the benefit of nobody but myself. It's actually even funnier with the Space Age DLC because like the lore of the game, right, is that like you crash land and you're building all this stuff because you want to get off the planet. But at the same time, like, now with the Space Age DLC, you're just kind of doing this for the love of the game. Like, you can build a spaceship and leave. But like, you don't actually leave at that point. You just go to another planet and continue the cycle. I'm gonna die here. Am I whiffing every shot there? Okay, let me take a little breather for a second. Let me go find some fish. The biters simply don't understand the shareholder value I'm producing. Honestly, all of these unemployed biters could not possibly understand the true, the important things that are at stake here. And those are the shareholder profits. Do you think the bug fish or are the fish bugs? Yes. Okay, so those biters down there are probably dealt with. I'm gonna go to my car real quick after I set things up for research. Concrete. Concrete, concrete seems like such a pain to make. Because, like, what do you mean I need iron ore for something other than making iron plates? Why would you do this? Alright, fine. We'll go with fluid handling, solar panels, oil gathering, fluid wagon. When it's all for shareholder value, but you're the only shareholder. This is why they need to introduce the Mega Corporation DLC into Factorio. And that should do it. Except there's like maybe one down here. No, it's my car. Never mind. Alrighty. Oops. Damn, dark as hell here. Can't see anything. Okay, I think we're pretty much in the clear. Oh shoot. I built a path here and I don't remember where it is because it's so dark. I think this is it. Okay. The new Enfield game is looking like Factorio Light. Enfield. Enfield. Arknight's Enfield? Is that the 2019 game? Or is it a different one? Yeah, that's the one. I feel like I recently saw some gameplay of that. Oh, 2026. Different one? Oh, never mind, never mind. Arknight's Enfield. Okay, never mind. I don't know what I was looking at. Yeah, never mind. Okay, 2026. PS5 game. I don't know why it says it's a mobile game. I guess because it's also on iOS and... You know, like a lot of games, a lot of mobile games are also just like games you can play on Windows and PlayStation at this point. Is it like a Factorio-esque game? Oh, that looks pretty Factorio to me. The first review I'm reading, Arknight's Enfield is engaging and gorgeous, but held back by its predatory gacha system. I love gacha gaming, let's go. Imagine having production quotas from Off-World Megacorps. I think that was like the original idea they wanted to go with. Oh shit, I didn't make nearly enough of these. I think that was the original thing that they wanted to do for, what game was it? Satisfactory. I think that was like something they kind of wanted to do. Or like, at least they had like the aesthetics of that, you know? Yeah, I don't have nearly enough of these. I'm an idiot. I thought I had like 300, but I guess I used some of them before I left. Like an idiot. Oh well, I'll have to come back here anyway. I knew it was going to be something I would have a shortage of. Just didn't expect it to be like the one thing that I need. The one big thing. Also need more of these though, so. Like those Mars colony games, you need to supply resources to Earth. Oh, that's kind of like what they did with, they kind of did with that with Surviving Mars, I think. They actually re-released Surviving Mars back in like, I think it was November. And I was gonna play it. I was gonna stream it actually. But it was just a little too close to the release of EU5 for me to have enough time, and then I just kind of forgot about it. Okay, if I want to build like a 6 to 6 splitter here, how do I even do that? A, B, C, D, E, F. We can label it like that. Then we can do like... A, B, C, D, E, F here. This is not gonna work the way I think it's gonna work, probably. So I don't think I have enough room for this. No, I don't think I do. That's also not going to work on this left side. Maybe I should just look up what a 6 to 6 splitter looks like. Or a balancer, that's what I mean. I'm looking at one and I really don't like it. Is there anyone? Is there one that looks nicer? These all look horrendous. Oh no. The 4 to 4 splitter looks so nice, and then you look up a 6 to 6 splitter and it just looks horrendous. It's so cursed. Oh god. Can I just pretend this is good enough? Like, it's not going to be a true splitter, but do I need a true splitter? Or balancer? Probably not. Okay, I'm looking at one which might be a little bit nicer, but not really. I mean, no, that's not going to work. That is really not going to work. Yeah, this looks horrendous, and I don't want to do it. It would be easier to split into 8, but I don't want to split into 8. It's like really nice that we're gonna have 3 cars for this. Right? And it's really nice that we have 6 lanes coming out of this, going into 3 cars. It would be so perfect if I could split this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pretend that I'm making a valid splitter, and it is not going to be a valid splitter. But we're all gonna pretend that it is perfectly valid. Because it looks the way that I want it to look. We're gonna pretend that this is a real valid splitter. Yep, there it is. The ideal 6-6 splitter. And that's just how it's gonna work. It's probably gonna be close enough that it doesn't really matter. Probably. We're inventing new splitters today, exactly. Totally perfectly valid splitter. Nothing wrong with that at all. Okay, now the real issues we have are going to be with protecting this thing. Now, I don't know what the best looking or what the best design is, but I do know what the best looking design is for defense. And that's basically where we're gonna have one like here. And like this here. Can you actually walk past this? Can biters walk past this? I don't think so. Okay, perfect. That's going to be that there. And we're going to do this. Actually, maybe I'm going to move this a bit. The way I like to have them is that, like, we have the walls, and then we have, like, a gap here, and then we have, like, more walls. I don't know if this actually does anything. In terms of, like, protecting this from spitters. I don't really know how spitters work. Code-wise, I don't know how they prioritize or what they're allowed to shoot at, but it'll have to be good enough. Then actually, like, right in the middle here, we might have... Let's keep in mind, how do I... We're gonna have that, and then we're gonna do this. Want walls and paths farther out to keep the spitters confused, although sheer firepower can be enough. I do like the idea of sheer firepower. It's not like I think these things through that well, but they seem to work for what I need them to do. That's not going to mess anything up, is it? It might actually. I hadn't considered the belt space. Yeah, we should move these. I'm doing something dumb. This is probably fine where it is, but Wait, can I do like the anti-tank thing? Where I put walls like, I don't know. Like, does this do anything? Messes with their lining? Ooh, okay. Okay. Try to do them in little crosses. Okay, well first I'm gonna make sure I set up the perimeter appropriately. I'm gonna like... Because like the wall's gonna have to go all the way down to here, I think. Well, not too sure about how that works. What are bugs willing to attack? Will they attack train tracks? I don't think so. Will they attack idle trains? Maybe. You want to attack tracks unless your power lines are too close? What? They won't attack rails, but they will attack the lines. Right, the power lines. And they prefer anything that produces pollution. I do know that much. Okay, so the theory goes something like we could if we wanted to. Right, we can't do it like that actually, because that's a curve. If I wanted to do this, I'd have to do it like... like that. But that would mess up my walls, wouldn't it? They won't attack the idle trains, though. Probably. Probably. See them attack my transpoles? Like these ones? The big electric poles? If an undefended scanner was nearby. What? Well, I mean, at worst, that's like a mild inconvenience, so... it's actually not that bad. What is bad is that I don't have enough walls for this. I have like a slight gap. Oh, never mind. Okay, we just won't have enough walls for surrounding the gun turrets. But this looks relatively defended. Just not quite from the south, but I don't think we're going to get attacked from the south that much. Like my main concern, well, we do have this over here, so maybe. This is the main concern. I might actually just go out and kill these guys, because they would be the main concern, but frankly, I'm just gonna get rid of them. Actually, it would be a lot easier for me to respond if we do this. And then I can just you know, drive my car straight through. Okay, it's dark out, so I don't really want to go bug hunting right now, but I'll put like 10 in each of these. Target priorities. Like how you can target the player. Let's go. In theory, the target priority should be like any kind of splitters, right? Or spitters. Because the walls can soak up the damage from the biters, but the spitters are going to like directly shoot at the turrets. Maybe prioritize the spitters in this way so that you kill the small ones first because they're the fastest to kill. I don't know, maybe. I assume that's the best idea. Might not actually have enough ammo for this, but I have some on my person. Doing what now? We are looking to basically just finish setting up this iron station. It's the first station. It's always going to be the most annoying to set up. So we're just restocking this with ammo. Make sure that when I'm gone, it doesn't get obliterated the instant I turn it on. Flamethrower turrets are good against masked spitters, I've found. Yeah, I would love to have some flamethrowers. We don't have oil yet. Is that the way priorities work? Putting a priority meant that they would only attack that type of bug? I don't know. I would kind of hope that priority works as, you know, priority. And not like a filter. Targeting priority. Okay, they have their own. This is from a while ago. Let's look at the thing that they added, made a dev diary for like a few years ago. Okay, we added the feature of turret target priorities with an additional option to ignore things not in the list. Okay. So we can actually take a look at something like this. Okay, so this is the button, ignore unlisted targets. So it should target these ones, and if they don't see them, then they shoot them because this is not checked. So for now, the first thing we want to do is walk up here and basically just start shooting these guys. Although I don't think I've even seen spitters yet, now that I really think about it. Like at every single base, all I see is like a bunch of the biters, and then maybe some of the worms. And we even have like a few medium biters, but no spitters yet. Oops, me when I keep clicking the wrong button. Okay, now we haven't actually finished this train track yet, and we have a lot of things to worry about still. How long has corporate played Factorio? Since, I mean, I don't know in terms of how long. A couple 100 hours probably. Didn't even check, let me see. It seems I have 183 hours on Factorio, but I don't think that includes back when, like, it was in beta and it wasn't even on Steam and I played it back then. So, quite some time. Okay, so what was the path that I cleared here? That is not going to work out. Well, it might. Yeah, I've played this game a lot more than I've successfully completed it. Kinda wish I had my old saves so I could go and like check them. But I think the oldest saves I have are sitting on like a 2008 Asus laptop that I think doesn't even have the ability to connect to the internet anymore. And I genuinely have no idea where it is. Probably somewhere at my parents' place, but I don't know if I can be bothered to go looking for it. I think I have like a handful of files. Oh, you know what actually? The Factorio runs might be gone. Now that I think about it. Because like, so when I was younger, I really wanted to get into Minecraft modding. Now, back in ye olden days, Minecraft modding was the easiest way to get 73 viruses on your PC if you didn't know how to use a PC. And me, being actually 11 years old, did not know how to mod a Minecraft without getting 73 viruses on his little laptop. So, eventually, my laptop was so buggy, it's so filled with viruses, and it became so slow that for Christmas one year, my dad took my little laptop to the shop and basically had it fixed. You know, he sort of had the whole thing wiped. So that, like, to get rid of the bugs. Like, apparently the guy said it was so bad that it wasn't even worth trying to, like, save the files on the PC. Like, you might as well just wipe the whole thing. And now, just remembering that, I think that was after I got into Factorio, so my oldest saves are probably lost to time. Tragically. Oh, I've gone way too far with that. Yeah. God, I hate this so much. What can you do, really? Okay, so I need to curve this downwards. Try not to interfere with this coal patch, maybe. Ideally. But yeah, anyway, I'm pretty sure that laptop... I don't even know if there's, like... I don't even know if the battery still works, actually, now that I think about it. At this point, that laptop is like 15 years old. I did boot it up just for fun one time, like, it was like 5 or 6 years ago. And it genuinely did not connect to the internet. Like, it could not even recognize a network at all. So maybe I accidentally, like, maybe I messed up something with it. Like maybe I bumped it against a wall and knocked the Wi-Fi chip loose or something, I don't know. I don't know how I would do that without messing up the entire PC, or the entire laptop. But clearly I did something. To be fair, I don't think I could even load the old Factorio saves, like everything would be so cooked. With all the new updates and everything, I don't even know if it'd be possible. Okay, so what do I need to do here? Basically, I want to set up a station that's right here to unload a bunch of iron. I might as well just continue researching everything, right? Search that and that. How do I research this? Need oil first. Okay, that's fair. Gotta love environmental destruction. My favorite. Okay, so how am I gonna set this up? We want to track... Track that's kind of like here. And we want a station... let's see, if it's coming down this way, it's gonna go this direction. Maybe I move this back a little. Like up. That's not gonna work out. We need a wide clearance for this. Yeah, that's not gonna work out. That'll work out, probably. This game gets so much nicer when you can actually, like, see in the dark and know what you're doing. But I have no modules, so it is kind of cooked. I don't know if this is going to work out the way I want it to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. That should work, I think. Gotta clear the path. I don't even know what I'm doing when it's the daytime, never mind nighttime. Real, but also it feels like it really takes a long time to reach night vision. Because you have to get like the solar panels and then like the modular everything. If this lines up, it'll be the most beautiful thing I've ever created. I don't think it's going to. It's going to be like slightly off. No, it's perfect. It's so beautiful. It lines up exactly. Modern day Picasso right here. I can envision the trains in my mind. I can see the train tracks before they're placed.
Spare bits left over less than 3. Thanks for all the good content.
Thank you very much, Rocket Hops, for the bits. I don't know why that's so quiet. I thought I fixed my TTS, but maybe I didn't fix it on Twitch. My bad. Thank you very much for that. Maybe I need to go and check my TTS settings again. Okay, beautiful. So this is our next train station. I can't believe we're like 2.5 hours deep into this. And I'm just now actually setting up the train station. Okay, so this is the iron ore drop off. Right, okay. Let's make sure that we connect all this up with electricity. We're just gonna do this. Do this. Actually, we're gonna set it up like this. Beautiful. Oh yeah, did you guys see the other new trailer for basically Anime Factorio? I retweeted it, I think this morning when I saw it. I thought it was kind of funny because like it kind of just looks like third-person Satisfactory. And as an engineer, you just play as an anime girl, and I think that's like one of the main differences. Well, let me see. What was that called? Let's see. That was called Moore's Tech. So apparently it's an RPG. Surprising. Moore's Tech. Also, did that activate the Oh yeah, I think that activated the mining drills. Oh yeah, that activated the mining drills. Right, because I connected it all up. The anime what, sorry? The anime Factorio, haven't you heard? Let me just do a little check on this. So if I want to zoom directly into the factory, I want to test my response time on this. Ooh, okay, response time is a lot better if you actually go the right direction. Do this, and then we push all the way up through here, out this gate. Okay, perfect. Nothing is sacred anymore. Oh shoot, right, that deposited everything here. I think everything stopped being sacred right around the time that Genshin Impact existed. Also, what is even this? Why did I put this there? What am I doing? That doesn't go there. This goes here. Iron ore pickup. Hold on. Beautiful. Okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. Let me pick up my car. Instead of bugs, do you defend your base from monster girls? I actually don't know if there's any combat in it. Like, I just saw the trailer this morning, and I think it's like super early access. So I have no idea how far along they are on that, but I thought it was funny when I saw it, so I retweeted it. Okay, well, we overshot it a little bit, but that's fine. Okay, so the whole thing works, in theory. We still have some iron here, but like, I don't know, can I be bothered to exhaust the remaining 150,000? I guess I could. It's not like super important that we get this up and running immediately, but... at least like it's ready to accept all of the iron. We do need more fast inserters. I'll make a mod so that Corbett is a playable character. You could. Actually, I think first I would need to grab a 3D model. That's something that I've been meaning to do, but I guess I didn't really realize like how expensive good 3D models are. Because you could just get 3D models if you really want to. But if you want one that doesn't look like you threw it together yourself in 10 minutes, it kind of costs quite a bit of money. But I was meaning actually to get like a low poly like PS2 model. I think that would be funny. old school RuneScape Corbett model, exactly. I was thinking something kind of like PS1 Hagrid. That level of detail. Where are my inserters? Here we go. Okay, so those, and then steel chests are fine, ammo is fine. I might get like a few more gun turrets just in case. I'm gonna need this in my inventory. We'll do this, and we actually will. Output priority left. I want to balance this actually. Well, that's just for the mall. The mall is just busy right now. Need to go back further. NES style Corbett. That would be easy to make. I could probably commission someone to do that in like 5 days. It's actually a really good idea for a commission. You know, I haven't done a commission in quite a while, because I already got like a bunch of assets that I use for a bunch of things like thumbnails and special events, but maybe I should get new ones, because like some of them are actually a few years old. Maybe I'll get a bunch of them done for like when I get a 2.0 model, because you know I've had this for like 2 years, and although I have gotten upgrades to it to make it look a lot better, like I don't know if anyone remembers debut model Corbett looked a little different, just a little bit though. Not actually too different, just like the expressiveness and the mouth shapes and all that kind of thing. I have a vague memory. Let's keep it vague, because it does not look very good. Okay, so this is ready for pickup and delivery whenever ready. Well, kind of. Because actually, this needs to be like... Am I really going to split 3 into 6? 3 into 4? No, that doesn't make any sense. No, that really doesn't make any sense. How am I going to do this? Remember massive disparity in the community? Yeah, there were some people who were like, this is horrible, and then some people are like, this is pretty cool actually. I think over the years, like people just kind of like got used to it, which is what I expected. When I debuted it, I'm like, yeah, there'll be an adjustment period, but eventually like it'll be fine. And we are now at the it's fine time. How exactly am I going to split these? How do you merge 6 into 2 into 4? Is it even 4? Oh, I have this in the weirdest way imaginable. I actually don't think this setup is able to deal with all this. You know, I just realized. Oh, well, I know why. It's because we genuinely do not produce enough iron. Yeah, we don't produce enough iron per second to fulfill this entire thing. See how there are gaps moving into this? It's not fully saturated. Oh, you know the other problem? Hey, I didn't even realize they destroyed that. Those damn bugs. But still, yeah, we literally do not produce enough iron to saturate this furnace stack. Which is kind of fine for the time being. But yeah, actually, I have these in 3. 1, 2, 3. So it's actually very easy to fix this. Very easy to have this work out. Okay, well, I think for the most part, if I just pick up maybe some more transporters, then it, we should be good. Corporate character in Megabonk. I missed that message. I've actually been playing a little bit of Megabonk. I thought that maybe after I'd played Vampire Survivors, I wouldn't have much of an appetite for that kind of game, because, like, I played a decent bit of Vampire Survivors, and it kind of feels like once you play one, you've kind of played a lot of them. But Megabonk is actually quite a bit of fun. I think making it 3D was a good, innovative idea. Especially after I played that skeleton character on the skateboard. Calcium is the best. Yeah, that's the guy. A lot of fun playing that dude. Oops, hold on. Back it up. There we go. Okay, and then for the rest of these, we do need to set up their actual lines here. Thank you very much, Rocket Hops, for the, what does that say? Hold on a second. I don't think I've seen that before. That's a new one. They must have added that in a patch. The tier 1 for 3 months in advance. I didn't even know that was possible. They're inventing new sub-methods on Twitch. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. You can go up to 6? That's crazy. I just realized I don't actually have all these fulfilled. I am an idiot. Because then I have to make another trip, but at least I have, like, the train now, right? So not as bad as it was. I feel like every platform that has, like, a sub feature has, like, a, oh, do you want a sub in advance thing? Because I first noticed when they did it on Patreon, where like you can do like, oh, you can sub for a month or you can sub for like a year in advance, which was kind of crazy. But I decided like, you know what? Yeah, I'll let people have like a discount on it if they sub to Patreon for like a year in advance. But it seems like everything's doing that nowadays. I think you're always going to have that issue where you think you have everything and then miscalculate it. It seems to be pretty consistent, yeah. Oh, also, hype train incoming? Okay. Hype train off of subs in advance? That's cool. Wasn't there a record for the largest hype train recently broken? I think that was actually broken by Nero. I didn't pay too much attention to the Nero subathon, but I did catch a few clips every now and then. Actually, the clips that I saw the most of were ones where Vidal is trying really hard to not become attached to his AI daughter that he's created. And every time he caves just a little bit more. Megabonk moved in the direction of an N64 game, which is always good. Does kind of give me that vibe. Although I can't say I've ever played an N64 game, I don't think. With the Enfield's economy, seems like the Factorio part is good, but yeah, gacha is gacha. Yeah. Maybe I took too much coal. There we go, that's probably fine. And then more mining drills. Definitely need to set the train going back and forth on its own. Yep, once I am actually done setting up that base, then yes, absolutely. Actually, sorry, this bugs me. Fine. Iron plates are just too full. Well, yeah, so like right now, they are too full. It's not like I need to set up more actual mining production. I'm just kind of future-proofing it. Because I don't want to have to go back and expand the mining facilities just because I need more iron. Like, I'd rather just complete the whole setup right now so that I don't have to look at it ever again. Actually, let me pick up more ammo. I would much prefer if I never have to look at that iron outpost ever again. So I'm going to stock it as much as I can. Are you doing Space Age or just original run? It kind of depends on what I decide to do with it, really. We do have Space Age installed. I do have the DLC. I've never actually played Space Age, so this would be an excellent opportunity for me to actually play the DLC that I spent money on. That would be nice. But it does also kind of take a while to get there, so... Oops. Back that up a little bit. Close enough. Actually, is this going to be enough? Probably. Probably not, actually. No, it's not. I'm so dumb. Oh yeah, I'll just grab like 50. It'll be enough. Oh, hold on, hold on. Hold on. We're chilling. Never mind. How's that pollution looking? Oh god. We got the Chernobyl of pollution over here. That's pretty bad. Surely no bugs will hate this at all. Let me just set up a couple of radars. Just so I can get some clear vision on this. Okay, having a bunch here should help explore the area around this. I think that's how it works. But maybe I want them on the corners. A lot of mining. Do you have more than one train on the line? Not yet. I mean, this is the first line. But I am going to try and expand this, which is why I have the holding cell here, and I might put a second holding cell here. I did not appropriately make the holding cells. 1 second. Okay, 2 holding cells there. Yeah, is that gonna work? I don't know. We'll find out when it's an actual problem. Right, we're gonna split. Can I shift right? Yeah, shift right click. You have to tell the station that it has the holding cells now? Wait, do you? I don't know, I've never done that. I've had holding cells before. But I don't remember having to tell the station that I have them. Oh, we can test our defenses. Incoming. That wasn't too bad. Ooh, yo, big uranium. Big copper. Ooh. Nice. Okay, pretty decently equipped over here. Use up the trains into the holding cells better if you add it to the stations. So when you add the trains to the lines, they can go to open stations and the main drop off more efficiently. Okay, those are a lot of words I'll have to parse in a second. Okay. You have to tell the station that it has holding trains. Also, did I mess this up? No, it just has a really small throughput. Okay. Add stations. That's the schedule. That's the train. Hold on. Okay, so you... Trains on the way, trains with a stop, enable a train limit. What even is a train limit? How do I tell this thing that it has holding cells? Are train bridges DLC or part of the free update? I actually don't know. All I know is that it'll take forever for us to actually research them. What are they called? Here we go. Don't tell him about block signals. Oh, you're telling me I gotta work with like signals? Like actual signals? Like the wires kind of signals? Because I know with these... Don't I use the chain signal so that if it looks ahead, it's like, uh-oh, we actually can't go into here, so both of these would stay here? Like, these are the correct signals for the situation currently. What happens if I replace them? They're still both red. I don't know what to do with this information. This is green because these are red. Well, these are red because this is red. So you can't go forward. There's something here. This is green, saying you can go into one of these holding cells. Valid. Okay. I think this makes sense. I don't know, that's a problem for when I actually have to worry about having multiple trains. And that problem is not a today problem. Okay, now what I'm going to do is set up a little coal line here as well to refuel every time it comes back. So let's just do that with this coal. Don't worry about how gross this is going to look. It's just a starter base, guys. Don't even worry about it. Oops. It's just a starter base. Okay, getting fueled up. Perfect. So if we want the automatic station here, so we want to go to iron ore pickup. Wait until it's... Well, there's a tough one. Do I want it to wait until its cargo is full, or until the station itself is empty? No, until its cargo is full. I'm an idiot. Don't answer that. Okay, so until its cargo is full, sit there, and then you're going to go to the iron ore drop-off. until... Yeah, I guess until your cargo is empty, but I feel like there's gotta be more to it than that, right? It can't be that simple. Okay, let's see. Queues the trains into the holding cells better. Okay, if you add it to the stations, when you add the trains. Train limit is how to queue up the holding cells. I see. Lets you say, put more trains on the iron line, and they will go to the open cells. Oh, okay, I getcha. You should put an interrupt to refuel somewhere if it gets below a certain level of fuel. You could add a timer so that there's a constant flow, but it would use more fuel. That's the thing, I am kind of banking on it. Well, at least for our purposes right now, until I refactor everything. Or if I decide to refactor everything, we don't really need to worry about that. At some point we probably will, but like not yet. Anyway, I feel like I should spend some time clearing out some nests. Nest over here. Cool. I also have to figure out oil. 803 yield. 1154 yield. Oh, how are you doing? Not too bad, but yeah, that's already damage on these walls and it's been like 30 seconds. That's not great. I should clear this out for sure. $11.54, $5.49, $8.03. Oil actually gets used up in this game, right? Like you can't just slap down some oil rigs and then extract oil for the next 27 hours and it doesn't go down. So, like, in theory, we should want to exploit all of this oil. Oil is infinite but goes down to its low level. Oh, like its yield decreases over time. Right, that is how that works. Technically infinite, but the yield continues to decay. You don't need much oil to get off Earth. That is true. That is pretty true. The thing is, like, I'm so concentrated on trying to future-proof everything in this build that, like... It's like, do I wanna make a train network that allows me to collect all of the oil that I can see right now and then bring it to one location to concentrate the refinement? It's probably not that big of a deal. Anyway, yeah, wait cargo condition, or wait until full fuel. Yeah, and is a good one. Okay, we can deal with this nest because it's small and it's not a big deal. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that mega nest up in the top left. That is huge. Huge, and I don't like it. We are just getting to spitters, and I don't know if these are they medium or large biters? I don't know. What? Where's he going? Okay, one nest down, but that thing terrifies me. I don't think we have enough fish for this. That's a lot. Fish decay now, that's true. I don't know if I'm looking for that. I'm not looking for any trouble. Have a nice day. The pollution's not really even reaching over there, I think. Not yet. That's a small nest. Just a little one. Just a tiny little nest. Okay, I think I can clear out one or maybe both of these in the bottom right. I don't know about that, actually. With my 8 grenades. I don't know if I'm equipped to handle all this. I think it's just like, it's a lot, but like they're not actually that bad. Okay, hold on. Am I whiffing every single shot? That's crazy. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Okay, it's cooked. We're backing off. We're backing off. Okay, yeah. Never mind. You know the worm wiggle? I do know the worm wiggle a little bit. The don't get hit by the projectiles that try to predict your movement. That little wiggle. Okay, we'll come back to that. We definitely need military science at this point. I were just dancing for them. You gotta do a little bit of a strafe, because if you walk in a straight line, they will absolutely dome you. They're like snipers, but like... No, they're actually like snipers. like they calculate the travel time and they know exactly how to hit you. It's crazy. So if you do a little bit of a wiggle like this, then they try to like aim in front of you, but because you're doing this, it like throws off where they think you're going. Okay, what's even next on the agenda here? Well, let me do a quick check on a few things. Okay, just people chatting about things. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, we have a little more time to stream. No, we can set up at least military science. We can do that today. Actually, you can go onto automatic. I don't know exactly why you're going over there, but you know what? Screw it, sure. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, this is definitely going... Oh, God. Oh, not the gigabase. Okay, yeah, I need military tech, like, right now. I need military tech yesterday. Or military science. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So, for that, we need grenades, walls, and piercing rounds. We have a lot of piercing rounds here. We have walls here. And grenades, we, like, kind of set up sort of a little bit, but not really. Do I even have coal on this? I do have coal on this, okay. So you know what, we're gonna move the grenade setup. Because we already have the walls, we're just gonna move the walls somewhere. And move the ammo down here, I guess. Not move it necessarily, but like... Yeah, just kind of shift it down. Okay, well, I mean, most of my science I have produced... Well, first I gotta figure out, like, where do I want the military science? The useful thing about this setup here is that we can have 4 rows, and they all allow you to throw in a bunch of science. I mean, technically we could have more, but... It looks nicer with, like, the 4 things around it. Anyway. So the military science is probably going to move in from above, actually, which makes it fine for us to build it over here. So what do we need? Grenades, walls, piercing rounds. How many? For 0.15 per second... And we kind of want all of these numbers to match up, right? Like, because if we need 200 of each, then we should try to produce 200 of each at the exact same time. So right now, I think we're producing 10 per second in terms of science. I think that was the goal. Starting with 0.1. Yeah. So we have one red science per second. I should assume that we did the same with green. But I'm not going to check because I can't be bothered. And then for the military ones, we actually just don't even need that many. Isn't it time for an Excel file? One of these days, one of my streams is just going to be a full Excel file. Eventually. Just actual spreadsheet gaming. How's the factoring? It's factoring out quite well. We did just set up an entire new outpost, which is, I would like to say, well defended, but let's be honest, this thing is going to break in like 2 waves. But it's fine. Speaking of Excel spreadsheets, though, 0.15. So what do we need, like 7 of these? Six would be 0.9. We might as well make 7. By the way, you can make furnaces, they're cheaper than walls. I hate that that's probably true, but at the same time, they don't have the aura, and I feel like that's a really important qualifier. Like, I can't have my walls looking janky, you know? They need to look like proper walls. I'm willing to pay any price. Five, 6, 7. There we go. And then... Oh no, I put that right in the middle of the coal lane. I'm an idiot. Okay, and then we need grenades and walls, and I did not set the grenades up yet. So we're actually gonna... hold on. How many grenades can I make? Because I'm gonna need... 0.5, I think, per second. That's a lot more grenades than I thought I would have to make. Okay, new idea. So I'm seeing spaghetti slowly forming. This isn't spaghetti, okay? It's a very minor deviation from the blueprints that we have here, okay? We still, for the most part, adhere to the bus. Mostly. Actually, how am I going to do this? Let me just do something like... Oh, it's going to be cursed. Ooh, I know I'm not going to like this. Which means chat's also not going to like it. Sometimes you just have to. Because we also need to move the walls up into here. Actually, do I even make enough walls? Oh yeah, I make enough walls. Orbit, what's your opinion on oil? Which kind of oil? We've got like cooking oil? Fossil fuel oil? In Factorio? Not in Factorio? A lot of parameters here. Crude or heavy? I feel like crude tastes a little better. Have you calculated a certain science rate you want to achieve? I think you might be overproducing a bit on your military science. I mean, the science rate I want to achieve is like just 1 per second. So like, even if I'm not using... So like, basically when I use the military science, it's going to be at the same rate that I use everything else. Considering I don't have a stockpile of science, I think I need to have the rates match up so that when I actually activate a military science, everything is working exactly as it should. I mean, like, I guess I could create a stockpile of military science. I hadn't really considered that. But I don't really like the idea of stockpiling and then using the stockpile, because like, what if I go through this stockpile and then it's gonna suck? I'm probably making too much science. I can't even deny that part. I just can't be bothered to like check how much I need. I'd rather overproduce than underproduce. Actually, we should do this. So I need, I think, around 0.5 grenades per second. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just call it like, let's just make like 7 of these, to be honest. Probably enough. I know this is not going to work out the way that I really want it to, probably, but it's fine. And then I just need coal and iron. Factorio is, not an exact science. It's gonna be a stockpile of sorts on the belt anyway. That is true, but it's not gonna be like, well, it might actually be like 200. That is possible. Right, and then we need to bring the walls up. Am I dumb? What did I just do? Wait a second. Ignore that. Ignore that completely. Anyway. Okay, now the other problem, which is I did not think about where I'm going to put this science. I had not considered this issue. I didn't really think about that. There is a solution, but you're not going to like it. Well, nope, there's a much easier solution, and you guys probably will like this one. Okay, military science achieved. Hey, Captain... Wait a second, your name isn't even Captain Zacco, it's Captain Zacco. I didn't even notice. We're doing pretty alright. Having a pretty solid... Basically, I mean, every single Factorio stream is more or less a just chatting stream where I happen to play Factorio in the background. It's like, if you guys really want to, we could talk about, like, anything. I would be more than happy to talk about, like, the upcoming EU5 update, because it looks actually good. There are so many things about EU5 that when I was playing the game, like playtesting it before it released, I didn't even realize, well, that's not true. I was gonna say I didn't even realize they were bad, but looking back on it, I remember my exact reaction to when they announced the release date for EU5, and all I could think was, oh no. Because we didn't know what the release date was going to be until they announced it to everybody, so like everyone knew at the exact same time. But I had been playing it for a while, so I'll actually give you the entire story about that. Back when we were playing it, and there are like 30, maybe 50 people in this live stream. I'll give you a little freebie, all right? So I've been working on a little 3 Mountains run, right? That I was planning to do before U5 released. Planning to get that finished. And I'm still gonna finish that, right? I'm still gonna get that done at some point. Like, I'm like more than halfway done it. It actually wouldn't even take that much longer to finish it. But the main point is that I had started that in September. And I thought to myself, oh, I've got plenty of time. Looking at the state of EU5, there's no way they're releasing this game for at least another 8 months. No shot, right? So I was like, oh, I can take my time with this. Not a big deal. So I was like halfway done it when they announced EU5, and I was like, oh, when they announced the release date. And I was like, actually, I was scrambling in that moment because I was like, there's no way. There's no way they're getting this game out in November. Like, there's no shot, man, right? There's no way. But here we are. I was really thinking to myself, like, there's not a chance in the world they're gonna release this before I get to finish my 3 Mountains run, right? Boy, was I wrong. They definitely did go ahead and release that game not too much later. But don't worry, because the game is actually going to be released in February, so don't even worry about that. But yeah, I was in like actual shock when they announced the EU5 release date. Because I kind of saw that coming from a mile away. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Really? This game? The one that I've been playing? This... this one? This is the one that's releasing in November? And I think, I mean, they did... Listen. The month leading up to release, they must have had the entire team over there at Tinto on crack, and like in a good way, because they managed to fix so many bugs over the course of that 1 month. It is genuinely impressive that they managed to release the game in the state that it was released in. Like, even despite all the problems that still persist to the current patch, it used to be a lot worse. And so, like, they genuinely, I don't know, they were doing double or like triple shifts or something over at Tinto. They must have been, because they managed to fix so many bugs in the month leading up to release that I actually had quite a lot of hope for release by the time that it rolled around. But then, having played the game a lot more, and they did fix a few things, but in the process, they kind of broke the patch. Like, you know, they updated things which kind of changed the way your game played out, and they did that like 7 times in a week. And that was not great. But they managed to do some impressive stuff in that month leading up. I will give credit where it's due. They did do quite a bit. If you want no excess science, it's about 1 assembler Mark 1 on black for every 2 red/green. It's probably fine. Because a little excess production is probably just going to get sent into the queue here. Haven't kept up with EU5 recent news. I've been waiting for the patches to stabilize. Okay, so like the patches have stabilized a little bit. Also, I missed a few messages. Captain Zako, to be precise. So it is Captain. I keep saying Captain because I assumed it was a typo. Or like I read it wrong. Kind of tuned out of Paradox Games. How's EU5? Not excellent as it is right now. I won't even sugarcoat it. I get frustrated with the game a lot. I find myself having to open debug mode to solve problems that frankly should not exist in the game. That they are fixing in this new patch. That's, well, not even a new patch. It's more like an entire update. It is the 1.1 update. And that's coming out allegedly sometime in February, right? So I will say it is not excellent right now. But it is improving. Or it was improving. And then it looks like it's going to get a lot better soon-ish. But yeah, so at some point soon, in the coming month, they're gonna release, well, I mean, they said it's February. I'm not gonna like say, oh, it's gonna happen right now. Like, I don't know when it's gonna happen. I think they mentioned February at some point, and they've been releasing like a new Tinto talk every day for the past couple of days. Like, I think there was another one today, there was one yesterday, there was one the day before. So, they have a lot of things to announce, and all the things they've been announcing are good. This is not good. I need more production of electricity. So, give me a second. Really? It's actually not that surprising, because, actually, no, it kind of is surprising. I guess it's just the radars use so much. That's crazy. Anyway. Anyway, where was I? Right, they've been releasing quite a few, like, dev diaries and stuff the past few days. And all the stuff that they've been putting out, well, the vast majority of it looks pretty good. It looked like some really positive changes, and I'm looking forward to it. I actually do want you to just, like... just do that for me. I just want to have a stockpile of those. Make it easier to craft. What else do I need for these? Iron plates? Yeah. We'll get another 5 and another 10 of these. We'll just expand this whole line. Actually, if I wait like 10 seconds, I should only have to use 1 grenade. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so we need, actually, is there a limit on this pump? Pumping speed, okay, never mind, I think it's fine. It can pump up to 1200 per second, and we're using not very much. Okay, it's fine. Actually, why are you not working? Oh, you know what they did? I never realized. They broke through this one pipe. Dude. Yeah, that probably affected things quite a bit. But in any case, we do need to future-proof this anyway, so... Yeah, you know what? I'll do this. Just so I can walk through here. Those damned bugs. Oops. Anyway, let's see. For the sheer ambition of the game, they did good for release. They actually did do a pretty, I would say, relatively solid release. Like, I don't want to be that guy that's like, Paradox releases, am I right? But if I said Paradox releases, am I right, people would know what I'm saying. So as far as that goes, you know, it was a pretty good one. It was a pretty good one. In terms of like the mechanics are there, the tweaking was not yet. Like, the fundamental core systems were there in a way I feel like they could be reworked, but not recreated. Like, they didn't have to be... You don't have to give it to the Victoria 3 special, you know? You don't have to reinvent the entire trade system for it to feel fun. I hope Johan is doing alright. I think he's probably... I feel like he's probably having a much better time than he did with the Imperator release. Like, as far as releases go, I'm sure he's feeling like this is one of the better ones. Or at least not the worst one. It is unfortunate that we can always point to Imperator and say it could be worse. That's not gonna work. I think it's like this. I feel like my balancing has just been off, which is causing this to have a shortage. Because these are trying to pull from the top belt, which means that this is trying to split between feeding the top belt and feeding the rest of the lane, which are feeding into these. So a balancer here should fix that a little. Don't future-proof what drones can replace in seconds. That's fair. Thought U5's release was good. It just got tiring trying to keep up with changes. That's another thing. Like, not to be the, oh, they squandered the release window guy, but I mean, that first month was kind of rough. It was, you know, from the early hot patches to the, okay, maybe we should shift to an open beta, to the, actually, we're making changes. Well, actually, the open beta was good. Like, it was just the fact that they didn't start with it, I don't think. I don't think they started with the open beta. They just sort of pushed to live. And there was one change on one particular day that I don't remember, but it was like, it made it to live, and it was so bad that they had to roll it back within like literal minutes. Or like hours of releasing it. And so after that, I think is when they said, okay, maybe we should have the open betas instead. I do kind of hope, actually, that when they do eventually put 1.1 out, it starts as a public beta patch. I would beg and grovel for them to please make sure it is a beta patch before putting it to live. Because if anything, like, you need to let players, with all these changes, because there's so many changes being made to 1.1, right? And with that number of changes, I feel like it is imperative for them to make sure that the changes are as good as they think they are internally. Which kind of requires them to let people test them out, see if they're decent, and then if, you know, give them a few tweaks. They might need a few tweaks, especially when you're trying to rework a bunch of systems and add new systems. I mean, it's nothing new. To make sure that, you know, it works well with the game, and then, you know, give it a good week, a few tweaks, and it's good to go. Hopefully. If the patches were just bug fixes and no changes except with open betas for changes, it would have been better. True. Arguably, you could say that they, I don't know, maybe they could have had like 2 open betas. Where like essentially they have one open beta that tests like the patches and the changes for like bugs and stuff. And that just sort of affects like every now and then they push that open beta to, no, that's dumb, actually, ignore me. Then I said nothing. Because I could see that becoming a problem with having multiple versions very quick. Where if they have one beta that's just like patches for the live version, and then another beta that's testing gameplay changes. Because sometimes you fix bugs and they create more bugs in other problems. So if you push a bug fix to live and it creates a problem that you didn't expect, then that's a huge issue as well. That could have been caught with an open beta. But then you have to maintain 2 versions of a public beta. And that's not great. But anyway, what else am I doing with this? We have our military science. I think the pollution from this is starting to decay, which is really nice, because it's not really activated. What I'm really worried about, actually, is when we turn this on, like actually turn it on. Because I'm a little afraid of this giga nest up here, and then this one ain't too bad. these two, actually, this is a really great spot to close off. Like, this is an amazing natural defense. We just split off this area, split off this area, split off this area and this area. Just all the way along here, that would be really nice. Because then we can close off, like, this entire left side. Down here, we might have something similar, and like maybe there's like a choke point here. Maybe. We'd have to take a larger or a better look. Definitely a choke point here. For sure. Series of choke points here. I'm willing to bet that there's one across here, which would be really nice because we can secure the copper and the oil within that. And then, ooh, can you see the vision? Can you imagine the choke point that's up here? Because I can see it in my mind's eye. I can envision this. Don't forget, cliffs are unbreakable walls. That's exactly what I was thinking. So, like, cutting off the copper here. Well, we do kind of want the oil, so it's going to be a little awkward with this, but we'll figure that out. And then what else do I even want to do here? Like, there's also coal here, right? So we could easily, like, cut this off here. Close this off. Close this off. Close this off. And then put a wall here as well. Like, this could become part of an integrated defense with these cliffs. U5 long streams are great. Thanks for that. Scotland stream would be great. I don't know how willing I'd be to do a Scotland stream because I did play Scotland, and actually I've played in the British Isles a lot. Except for England. Funny enough. But I don't know. I might revisit Scotland at some point. It's just I like to play a bunch of different countries. So I might wrap back around to Scotland eventually. If I do, it might be like, not Highlander culture. I might do like an actual Scots culture playthrough. Because that would be the other Scotland path that I have not played yet. Oh, but if you're interested in Ireland, I do have a video for that coming out soonish. Oops. Ireland is a massive pain to play, by the way. Would not recommend, unironically. At least not the current patch. I don't know how they'll be in 1.1, but right now it's like incredibly painful. England will kill you even if they like you. It's really fun, actually. Like, you can improve relations with England and they will tank the stability hit just to kill you. It's really neat. Okay, what am I doing at this point? I'm just like looking around at things. I have so many engines. I don't even know if I need all these. I don't remember why I even built them. Just like a full row, I think, of engines. Well, actually, I know what to do. I need to pick up oil. That's the next part of the tree there. Let's see. It's been 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's like 7:45. Do I want to set up oil right now? What would setting up oil look like? Honestly, I would not even create a train station for that. I'd probably just drag oil from over here and then move it up to the bus. It's close enough. It's probably everything I need for the first, like, 10 hours of oil, maybe. It wouldn't be that bad. Just create a pipeline up here. Actually, creating a pipeline might be a lot cheaper than using trains at all for oil. Maybe this is why, in real life, pipelines are like the best, most effective way to move oil. Maybe. Because unlike with transport belts, they don't need to be upgraded, and they don't have a maximum flow rate, do they? There's a storage for them. Pipeline extent. Oh, wait, there's a maximum pipeline extent? Oh, is this what they did to prevent me from making my oil pipelines? Pipeline extent, 1 out of 320. 2 out of 320. Oh, it's cooked. Uh-oh. Let me make some pump jacks. What do I need? 3 of them? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna need a lot more than this. Just go ahead and start making more of them. You can use pumps to extend. How does that work? Oh, okay. I thought these were just for transporting oil into wagons. Do they need electricity? I don't remember. It's been a while. Yes, they do. Okay, well, I mean, the pump jacks will as well, so that makes sense. They need to keep their internal pressure up. So use pumps midway. Wonder why that is. Why do they need to keep the internal pressure up? Oh, to keep it moving, I guess? As if I understand anything about fluid physics. Thank you very much, Rocket Hops, for the Tier 1 gift sub. There you go. Merry Christmas, I'm off. Thank you very much for that gift sub. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here as well. Hope to see you... I was gonna say tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I might move that to Sunday, actually, because I don't think I'm doing anything Sunday. I'd have to double check that. It's just that, like, I would really like to get a video out soon, and it is not ready to be put out soon. But I can delay a stream, but I haven't released a video in a hot minute, so I'd like to do that first if I can. Oh, that's unusual. That's very unusual. The output of a pump jack can only be in the bottom left or top right corner. That's so weird. Okay. Do they create pollution? I mean, I assume they would. Pollution 10 per meter. 10 per... Oh, per minute. I'm an idiot. 10 per minute. And I have a portrait of one of my favorite unbans streamers. He looks like this. Who knows? There might even be an actual... There might be actual unbans content from the unbans streamer. Maybe. Many are saying it is possible. Would be cool, but seems unlikely. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. Never say never. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And so let's see here. Expected resources, 13 per second, 24 per second, 17 per second. So we're looking at 54 per second for now for crude oil. A pollution of 10 per minute, but we are nestled in the trees here. I don't expect anything too bad to happen. But that's exactly when bad things happen, so it's worth putting a little beacon down here, I guess. A little radar. No bugs, at least, so that's good. Let's see, IRL, internal friction in pipes and the fluid itself works against motion, so you would need pumps intermittently to maintain sufficient pressure to overcome the friction. The more you know. And people say video games aren't educational. Alright, let's build one of these. Actually, what's the flow rate in here? It does not tell me what the flow rate is. Is that something I'm just supposed to pick up from vibes? Like... What am I supposed to do with that? Just to expand a bit on pipelines, the internal pressure of pipelines determine the flow rates. I mean, that makes sense. Corbin needs to name at least one train or station the Wex Express. Ew, the Wex? Absolutely not. Anyway, thanks for being here. Have a good night, man. There we go. Get the oil flowing over this direction. I might set up the refineries just like over here, to be honest. Oops. That was really bad. Factorio's vibes-based engineering. It's like vibe coding, but without using AI. Speaking of which, I'm kind of glad that I finished like my entire academic career. Well, I wouldn't say finished my academic career. I guess I could always go back for a master's. But kind of glad that I finished my undergrad before AI really picked up. Because I've seen people who are like, yeah, in my class, they actually made us use AI for an assignment where we have to like sort of go over its usefulness and what it can be used for and all that. And like, I don't want to do that. Call me a boomer, but I just don't really feel like using AI for anything. Which actually led to a very funny, brief dynamic. I don't think I ever... Did I explain this story at one point? Maybe. I think it was definitely in the summer. It was in the summer when my dad was like... Because he actually kind of got into it a little bit with AI. He did kind of get into it a little. And he was like... son, you really gotta start using AI. And at this point, like, I'd already decided, like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna do that for any of my content or anything. Like, I just don't really want to. And, it's sort of like... It's sort of like... How do I explain it? How do I explain it in a way that makes sense? Because, like, it's also, like, a major taboo in the VTuber community as well. I'm trying to explain that part without sounding like I'm just... Oh, I'm you know, old man shakes his fist at a cloud, that whole thing, right? Like, how do you explain to someone who doesn't know how the fastest way to commit career suicide would be to use AI in any of my content? Like, how do I explain that to someone who just really isn't in the loop on that? And so I tried my best. I did try my best. I mean, eventually he did kind of get the point, right? Like, he doesn't like ask me about like, oh, how's that AI I asked you to check out looking, you know? Like, oh, have you looked into this at all yet? And I had to tell him like no every time, but I didn't know how to explain why. Is that the right distance? Yeah, it is. But at a certain point, I think I just had to explain, like, yeah, that's a really, really bad idea for my entire future career prospects on this channel. Because he was like, oh, you can make, like, AI animations of, like, your VTuber avatar doing, like, really cool things and having, like, cool fight scenes and stuff. And I was like, could do that. That's true. I could indeed do that. And he gave me like a little, or he showed me a little like mock-up he made on, I don't remember what website it was, but he's like, look, isn't this so cool? And it was like that exact thing. And I'm like, yeah, like it is, it's pretty neat. Crazy what technology can do these days. Crazy stuff. Like, crazy how it works like that. and like, yeah, the crazy thing is, because like if I did do that, it would also if I did do that, it would be well, first of all, when it comes to the design, I don't know if I would even have, like, the artist's permission to do that. Well, I guess I do own it all. That's true. But it would feel pretty disrespectful to, like, all of the artists that have worked on all the things that I use. Because you would have to feed it all into a program, right? And I don't know if I could or should even do that without their consent. That's like a pretty sketchy thing to do. You know, it's like, hey, thanks for the profile picture you made me. Mind if I just throw that into ChatGPT real quick? Yeah, like there's a lot of reasons why people do not like AI, and one of those things is giving a company, allowing it to train on things that you don't get permission to train it on, and that would be one of those things. Or but could you change your character color? I guess I could. This is the default one, isn't it? Let's be a little more green. That's too green. There we go. It's so cringe you have to do it now? No. I will not. If anybody is going to feed artwork of my model and character design into an AI chatbot image processing thing, it is not going to be me. I will not be the one to do that. You could, but why would you? I don't think this audience would appreciate those. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, it is possible that, well, like there's maybe some audience that might think that it looks somewhat interesting, but it's also so divorced from my usual content that I don't think it would be a sticking point for a lot of people to want to subscribe for it. It's like when I commission something, it's because like I want to commemorate something. Sometimes it's like, oh, I hit a sub milestone. Okay, we'll commission something cool for that. Or like, oh, it's the channel anniversary. I'll commission something cool for that. Or like, it's Halloween. I'll get a cool Halloween commission for that or something, right? But, fight animations are not really in that list of things that I would commission for something. I mean, maybe. It's a maybe only the same way that, like, Iron Mouse commissioned, I think it was Dylan Goo, to do an animation for her for one of her original songs. So, and that was pretty cool. That's neat. But in that case, I would definitely commission an animator because I think it's just better to get someone to animate by hand. Because the thing is, especially when it comes to animation, that's the other big thing. Is that like animation is so much harder to produce in a way that looks good compared to something like still photos or even like still shots. Like real actual animation that looks good plays around with like the camera, and that requires a level of consistency that AI does not create. And even if it does solve those problems, there's also the issue of I would prefer to support human artists. All that hard VTuber shakes fist at computer. Exactly. But yeah, many a VTuber has fallen out of good graces for the usage of AI. Particularly those who, well, I mean, if you have an AI model, that's I don't even know how you would make one of those, but if you don't, then you're kind of feeding the artwork that somebody else made against their, well, I don't know, maybe you'll get consent for it, but most of the time, most artists do not want their artwork fed into AI machines. Because, you know, it is directly putting them out of work. Or has the potential to, I suppose. At the very least, it's like copyright infringement. More than anything else. But yeah, if you like have a VTuber model and you paid for it and an artist made it, then it's kind of like, I don't know, insulting to the artists that make your job possible. Go ahead and just make AI art with it. That's how I feel about it anyway. Right, this should actually be like this. That should be like that. Sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked here. Because we were trying to do oil processing. Actually, what we could do is start researching oil processing. It's like sulfur and plastics and flammables. And then we might as well just like queue everything up. Advanced circuits. Explosives. Maybe not explosives. We want advanced circuits. We want batteries. Maybe advanced. Okay, we got that. Sorry. Energy accumulators. Modular armor. Okay, we can't actually in-queue that much. Actually, how much oil do I even need? How much do I have? I think I said it was 54 per second, so at most, well, we could set up a larger refinery. It's a starter base. It's a starter base. We don't need that large of a refinery. It's fine. What I do need is steel? Yes. More steel. There's no ethical use of AI no matter how hard you try. Either some or all of the training data is stolen, or you're using more electricity than a city block to generate 5 seconds of animation. I feel like there is a possible potential future for it in the sort of way where like you could maybe solve both of these problems, maybe. I think one of the biggest problems I have is like a broader ethical conundrum, which is the delegation of artwork to machinery while humans are working the 16-hour shifts at the Amazon warehouses. You know? Like, it just feels wrong on a more fundamental level. To have the machines produce artwork while we toil away. But, I guess you could try to make a sort of argument where you say like, oh, well, you know, it's actually more just to assist people. And it's like, it's a little different than the average art assistance tool. Because it skips a lot of the actual artistic process rather than the meticulous processes of art. Like, it does the work of translating an idea into a thing, which is usually what people do. It kind of does like the thinking for you, you know what I mean? Anyway, it seems we only need one of these, and I feel dumb for building a lot of them. We only need one for now, I think. We can, like, move this around, I guess. So what do we have? We can process 100... Oh, no, sorry, that's every 5 seconds. Never mind, never mind. So I think we need, like, at least 2 of these. I think I'll set up all 5 in case I want to expand my oil production. There are ethical uses for AI. Oh, yes, just generally speaking, of course, reference, we are referring to generative AI in this case. We're not talking about the kind of AI that lets you detect cancer. That's a good one. I am totally fine with that one. Kind of AI that knows when people are going to, you know, collapse before they actually do, using, like, you know, predictive models of past incidences. That is totally fine with me. I have absolutely no problems with those ones. They are totally cool. A lot of good uses. A lot of bad uses. We're talking about the bad ones. Gonna head out. Have a good day, Corbett. I hope to catch you live again before long. Thanks very much for being here. Captain Zako. Maybe said that right this time. Thanks for being here. I will be live hopefully on Sunday again if you have time. I will maybe be playing Warhammer instead, though. There's a chance that we're not playing Factorio. Okay, so we can produce our petroleum gas here. Pollution, it's not that bad, and we can see that there are no biters. At least in the immediate vicinity. Always a little bit paranoid about them just spreading somewhere that I don't have vision on and then attacking. Like, that's exactly what happened this last time. When they attacked up through here. Because there was a small little camp in here that we couldn't see. And I'm always a little bit worried about that, but I think so far things are kind of alright. Probably. How's the yield looking over here? Still 12, 24, 17. This actually, I think one of these went down slightly. I think we had 54, now it's 53. Not to mention that AI makes you dumber. When we're talking about, like, over-reliance on LLMs, I would definitely agree for many things. I think it kind of depends. It depends, I guess, on how you live the rest of your life. Because some things you don't always have to do yourself, as long as you're still exercising those neural pathways in other ways. But, oops, voice crack, I need to drink water. I think overall, in like a societal trend kind of way, you may be correct. In fact, I don't even have to guess that. I'm pretty sure there are, like, actual studies. That's probably something measurable, to a degree. My response to the ethical use of AI is that as long as it's a profit motive, it can't be ethical. Well, that's a whole other situation. It's a whole other can of worms to open on that topic. But I think actually the funnier part is every company that's trying to, like, really push for AI getting massive pushback for it and then realizing actually nobody wants this. Like, not a single person is interested in what they have to sell you with AI. That might be the funnier part. I think it was like a few weeks ago when Microsoft was like, guys, please stop calling it Microslop when we're trying to put AI in our products. Please stop calling AI slop, guys, please. And then everyone proceeded to call them Microslop for the next, like, 2 weeks. That was funny. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all this wood. I'll figure it out. Okay, let's see. I'll pick up some fast transport belts, but honestly, chat, we might call it because it is like 8 o'clock for me. And I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm kind of hungry. And I've been streaming for like 4 hours, which isn't that long, but it's kind of long when I'm starting the stream at like 4. So. We might call it soon. I could yap for ages about my opinions on AI artwork and products and stuff like that, and things that nobody wants. But eventually we have to call it. Like, we don't even have to get into the Grok situation. You know, if you know exactly what I'm talking about. But anyway, we don't even have to get into that. In fact, we might go ahead and actually save the game. Maybe call it for now. Because we did get quite a bit done today, I think. We set up our first rail station over here, which in theory is not going to need any maintenance for the next, like, I don't know, 2 streams at least, hopefully. We set up a little bit of oil, we set up military science, and we got that cooking. We improved the mall a little bit. Not a lot, to be honest, but like a little bit. And we did a lot of yapping, and the yapping's the most important part. So anyway, we are going to call it for today. And exit the menu real quick. One more turn. No. We're going to call it there. We're going to call it there. And I am probably going to let you know right now that I'm going to push back tomorrow's stream to Sunday, unless, of course, I accidentally messed up my timing and booked something tomorrow. Or booked something Sunday, rather. Sorry. I was looking for my music, so I was distracted. So yeah, if I end up forgetting that I had something to do on Sunday and I messed that up, then my bad. We won't have a stream on Sunday, but I don't think I did. Other than, like, I have to prepare more D&D things for the following Tuesday. Because, oh, it's getting crazy in the D&D sessions nowadays. I have a lot to plan, a lot to think about. That's going to take a while. I can do that on Monday, it's fine. For now, though, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Friday. I will see you guys probably on Sunday. If I happen to get a lot of things done really quickly tomorrow, then who knows, maybe a surprise 3-hour stream. We'll skip about that. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. For now, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Get a good night's sleep, and I'll see you on Sunday. Have a good night, everyone.